Hello. Oh, hold on. There it is. And I think I gotta be a little smaller too. So that way I'm not... Hold on a sec. There we go, that's better. Okay. Anyway. Hi Faye, how are you? Let me scooch over a little bit. Okay. I'm just gonna jump right into it. Blah. Okay, so we left off in the Old Bailey and defendant's antechamber. Let's go. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. Of course we were gonna be back here, Ryunosuke. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but... for the person in the dock, it may as well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, joining in his research may seem a little... crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Ohayou gozaimasu. Mr. Natsume. You're fine, you're fine. I hope you don't have too much more to get. Good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. 31's not too bad, considering you could do, what, like, 2 Eufro signs and then, like, 1 smaller thing? The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Ah, I see, I see. You're doing your lines roulette first kind of thing. I have Smarties. Do all literary people take things so... literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. But you're trembling right now, sir. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. Did y'all forget about the vampire that's gonna be our prosecutor? Or like, what? So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper. Isn't it? Lord Van Zykes. Is that right, Mr. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zykes is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zykes' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. We wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the questions on the papers are asking, and they all are speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Oh, poor Natsume-san. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Look up, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I mean, I suppose that's true. Both time it's you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It could only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! What? Huh? What? Soseki-san, what? Please. I don't rub shoulders with vampires? Deathbringers? Those are the same thing, right? I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, so this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Why, the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the ways of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent student, local student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Until it seems like we don't, because we want to discover the truth. Or something. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Time for us to go. Oh, I forgot my blankie. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! Okay. You didn't have to, like, shout it, bro. This is it. I have my candy. So the jury has to be different this time too, right? That's the whole point of the jury. Ooh. Wait! I saw a wife maid. That has gotta be some other conflict of interest that would get them disqualified nowadays, huh? Oh, there's another thing of Smarties here too. Basketball court? I don't think they know how to play basketball, any of them. Hi, Hugh. That you're a student who arrived in London about 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and this unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. That's why that guy's head. Yeah, no, I don't know what's up with Van Zykes, man. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the— They're not impartial, though! These guys have, like... Two of them have... One of them's from the last case. One of them is from... this case. Huh? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. And I must warn you, I am rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh, she's cute though. Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fella. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Yeah, sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Very well. Let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes. Hold on one sec. I forgot something. One moment. I have returned with my blanket. And I think I want to find a way to sit a little bit more, like, further back. Okay. Yeah, like, I want to be able to lean back a little bit. Yeesha. Okay. Okay. Oh! There we go. Okay. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Sir, that's a fire hazard. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Uh-oh. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber for like the third fucking time. Fourth? I don't know. I don't know how to count. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. But they're not a witness, they're an inspector. Is that the same thing here? Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, detective inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? That looks like someone on the jury. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Okay. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement, running alongside Brer Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. I forgot the voice I gave him, but oh well. Luckily, the lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Oh. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay. Rolly bean. Hereford was saying that no other signs of immunity, Stanley running away. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have it here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scraggled-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A Commodore guard and jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade into evidence. As evidence. Whatever. Okay. Don't care what you have to say next. Hold on. Hold on. Examine time. Whoop. Whoop. Wait. What's this? Oh, I can just flip it open and close? That's it? That's it? There's nothing to examine on it? What? What? Okay. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Then he didn't do it!
Yes!
If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, and in totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
What? What? Huh? Sir? Why is he just wasting shit? Okay. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. They should be beyond question. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir! Okay, this is fine. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to. We found the bloke to arrest him. Okay. And that... Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Sorry, I have, more Smarties. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Something feels like it has to be off here, right? I'm like looking and I don't really see anything off either. Okay. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit a defeat. Hi Doc, how are you? Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Sykes, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. Stop putting words in his mouth, you godforsaken vampire. Oh, shoot, please take it easy. What are you doing, Miss Susato? You go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Also, there's two people on the jury that are definitely not impartial. The wife of the guy who cheated The wife maid. And this guy. The banker from the first case. They should automatically be disqualified. Yeah, the pudding lady. They have multiple reasons to be excluded. Technically, the dude from the first case, right? The guy who owned the what were they called again? What was the little carriage thing he's called again? The guy who owned that company, the taxi company, basically, shouldn't have been on the jury either. I mean, it was important because we needed him to say that it was always 4 pence, but technically, he should have also been disqualified. Maybe those laws just don't exist yet in this time. Slash in this game. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my! A photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? I mean, I would think nowadays they would be disqualified, but who knows about in... What is this? What time is this again? What time is Meiji era again? I forgot. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. Yeah, the 1880s, yeah. I don't know when they might have, like, involved laws about specifics of impartiality. But also, it's very easy to be like, well, video games, and they don't want to model another character, slash this character will have crucial information that needs to get revealed during the trial to make it a fun game, so fine, we can bend the rules. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. Also, Van Zyx just fucking threw an entire bottle into the gallery, by the way. A fact that the accused concedes. Let's see. Oh, we'll see if he has another one. Seems this cross-examination could be proved to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. 1880s version of a t-shirt cannon, but it probably breaks. Yes, my lord. Before it, I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, press everything.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You can still see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
Oh, great. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Sato and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
First roll of Ace Attorney. Press everything.
Hold it!
Press everything.
Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
But how can they be witnesses to the fucking crime? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Oh no, the wet slap! Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it to be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen...
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights.
The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. You're in London for the first time in history. Mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say?
That's right, as you can see from this print.
Yes.
Quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less?
Do you think she'll wake up and show up in court? Like all of a sudden?
I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started, so I could take a statement, but it wasn't debate. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly odd eyes, I'm afraid. Poor Naruhodo.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings? Wait, did he buy 3 books? Damn, he did, okay.
Second-hand books, they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
The accused could have easily carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close that one avenue of escape we might have had before we knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes.
But then why would he drop his shit to the ground?
Hold it!
Why would he drop his shit to the ground and make himself like a high-key suspect? The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
He did not go to Bourbon Books. Okay, anyway.
The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is the place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street. I hope I pronounced that right. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end.
I already found the thing we have to point out.
which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. But it's wrong, because he didn't go to Bourbon Books. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime when he did not, Your Honor.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yeah, I agree.
The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe. Oh, well, yeah, I mean, yes, it could very well be an important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. You haven't seen the evidence. Please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? What does that word mean? Present.
Objection!
Objection! If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
Oh, this is sunshine.
Yeah, that word.
I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. Cynical? Okay.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume?
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir.
Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final and yes, it does! Objection! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed by the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. So where the fuck is this other bookstore?
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment?
Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. Okay. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Wait. Oh. Where'd he get the other wine again? My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticisms. That's actually a pretty good insult though. Like, let's be real here. To your future career in the circus. That's actually that glass down now or I'll put it down for you.
Oh, damn, Susato. I think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. The accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. He has a reload wine bun. No! Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend.
There!
Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Gah! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't just suggest you try.
What did I say? I had enough of this now.
You're fine, and I'm sorry, but would you mind repeating that? I love the old man that can't hear for shit. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but...
Well, I mean, the game's telling me to, so raise an objection.
The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed in orange text, so that must be important.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Shit. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between these two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Walking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. Oh my god, he is like roasting Naruhodo. He's roasting him! He's like putting him on a skewer and like not even slow roasting. He's just setting him on fire with a fucking flamethrower. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Lots of reasons. They're more comfortable with it. Maybe they have a second stop to make that's along the longer route home. I don't know. Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection.
Neither of them look longer than the other, honestly.
Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took out. I don't believe this! But then that means there's a possibility he took the long way home. I thank you, my learned friend. And I suggest we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it?
with Lord Van Zykes?
Probably. He did also mention overtaking her, so he probably did. Because he was walking, he was trying to pass her, right? But still, we want to get more information. We haven't even gotten to the supposed witnesses.
Wholeheartedly and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean?
We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Whoa, he has voice.
Guilty.
Voice?
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Bro, the last guy didn't even hear shit. Oh, wow. I don't know if you guys have headphones on, but that has stereo. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
Oh, fuck. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around, somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley.
What? That's another reason this guy shouldn't be allowed on the table. He's dealt with both prosecutor and defense attorney before.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will please explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
That's not a reason to be accusing him. Hello?
Your book, yes, nice shop that. A bourbon book's, no, not worth a visit.
That's not a reason. Those last two are not reasons. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his very eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant has fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Ugh. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yeah. I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, Council. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Blah!
Okay. Hmm. 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 I'm gonna save. Because I'm not entirely sure who to be pitting against each other. I'm looking for, like, keywords that seem to be connected between multiple. Hmm. I feel like this odd phrase, this odd sentence, feels important. Sure, why not?
Objection!
Does this work?
Hold it!
Nope. Okay. I'm not losing a point. The other ones that I can see as being, like, related are, like, these two.
Objection!
No, they're the same. That's also that. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Can you give me a hint, game? Because I'm not sure. Hmm.
Objection!
Nope.
Hold it!
I had a feeling that was not going to be the case. See, the thing is, I don't really see... Hmm... Okay, I'm gonna take a shot at...
Objection!
Nope. Hmm...
like brute force it, but I have no idea what the contradiction is. Wait, can I- wait, oh right, pressing. Duh. Or the side of it, anyway. Remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock...
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. Maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, or given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Hold it!
Alright, I can press them. I kind of forgot I could press them. You're right at the time of the incident. The defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Oh, quite! That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madame. The defendant vehemently denies attacking one of the women. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's the lies you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Is it slap the compact out of her hand? I do declare that the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated there was nobody else around. Sure, the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
Oh well, for her.
I need more info.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh, yeah, like you drew in the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Yeah, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And I understand it. The accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Why is it doing 3-minute ads? One sec. Affiliate. Oh, fuck off. They undid my fucking ad thingy. Yeah, it's apparently doing 3-minute ads for some fucking reason this time. I told you to do 3 minutes per hour at 1.5 every 30 minutes. Ah, pain in my butt. Apparently, so Twitch did a thing where it's like, Where is that? I did turn it off, right? Yeah, there's an automatic add length and frequency, and I don't want that, and I turned it off. And it must have reset my thing. Or something. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Ugh. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road, by the way, it would be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Hold it!
Okay, if I can get, like, more info or something. You're the wife of Mr. Garadab, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where did you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand. He's keeping up that charade? This is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I have no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that is right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit such a crime as this? Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort! What? Spending all his time in the dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Natsume. How could people possibly say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm and nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... I can't help but think of the "would you still love me if I was a worm" line. That fucking meme. Okay, but that's not a reason, juror number 5.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. Mikushu somewhere. I don't know. I don't care. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes burning left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. A hard slug from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? That's right, Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street? Oh, there it is. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there were only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do that then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. I do want to press this before... sorry, fold it? You say fold what? No. What I said was hold it with an H, sir. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. That also, like, means that you're technically involved with the crime, hello? And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. And it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. Wait a sec. Wait a sec. Including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget the day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked me head. Always worse after the snow stops falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Okay. Yeah, I had to press them to get extra information. I had to press the 2 that seemed unimportant to get what I have. I immediately see. Okay. Unimportant. Pit. You. And you. Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about? What was that? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. Whatever do you mean, sir? He's not listening. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact on which we can be sure of here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates on the day of the attack, she had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madame? My, whatever do you mean? Well, I'm sure you heard George number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. My goodness, you mean... that's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat who the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes is the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Sorry, you need a pee.
Help!
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, that means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that is true, then clearly, the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Yeah, idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
Really? What were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat?
Why did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the street these days? Is it a crime to slip over the ice? That's not what we said. Is it a crime to keep up the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. Should like to call for the verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... And he just immediately shifts to happy little gnome.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, you've managed to tame a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue. Yeah. We already got it. We got it.
Wait, I want to see what the old man in green says now. Setting a cat among the pigeons.
Objection!
These two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookstore to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose I may be right. Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Jokester, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. That's my job. Fill in the hole. Yay! I forgot I could press them. Oh, goodness, excuse me. Oh, he's mad again. Oh, he's actually drinking it. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Sykes? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited the jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection.
Insulting me based on race is really shitty, dude. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which he had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence. That's the word. For it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you pretend to erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope at passing anyway, and we just return any gentlefolk when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is of no gentleman, as far as I can see. What? Mean? I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Oh, whoops, I have read that. The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accuser were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Knotts may walk down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Ooh. Old man! You can talk! You said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese, but how would he have known? He's behind him! Oh, yes, I remember. You don't remember? Bro, he hit his head. Of course. He has a reason to not remember. How about the wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! So? You haven't brought half of your witnesses in! My lord. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Oh, close comes off. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
these next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yeah, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Mr. Van Zyke brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. And that's gonna be a TBC, ain't it? We're going. Oh, fuck, she's cute! She's cute! Witnesses, please state their names and occupations for the court. No, she's got like braided, floofy hair. Oh, she's unhinged. Constable Royally Beat. Roly Beat. Stop! Nothing to report on the streets, stop! And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. And I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. With this being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. He's a man of sleeping, man. And a man of slumber. Oh, I love when I guess that next line on X. This is great. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. None to report on the streets, sir. Oh, what a great witness he's gonna be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Oh, no. Good night. Good night, Rolly. Patricia Beat. Rolly Beat. Am I pronouncing something wrong, or is there a pun I'm not getting? It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. He ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to positively identify Mr. Natsume at the scene. Their testimony is true. the alternative course of events that you've established in this amazing examination will be quashed.
It's a death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that! Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Souseki Natsume. And one of those witnesses is a policeman, no less.
So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Uh-oh.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. That's suspicious, ain't it?
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
This is sus. But also,
she's cute. Fuck.
Alright, time to press everything.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say?
Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
No, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Willie looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
She's unhinged.
I just finished my beat. And now we're headed back to the station. Actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Roily. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, so yes. Oh, I was a bit too drunk, to be honest. I just spent the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, so! As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my country and my queen to the end.
There we go, yeah, correct adling, thank you.
What's that now? I want cause, proof that I'm a learning copper. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Stop! I switch such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without a grumble. Because I know that the plottings of my boots is all unders need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
Just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby. Oh, that's cute. Want to show my dear wife how much I care. Cute. Oh, look how cute! Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps?
Cute!
But I'm pretty sure the lady's unhinged a bit.
Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Brow Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It does not exactly look like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. Thought he'll donate it to his wife when they have kids, which they probably will in this day and age. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? My God. Yeah, that's right. There, of course, there's light fog underground. But Briar Road is dead straight. You can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir! As a couple who spends all... Oh! His wife is so sweet. Unhinged, but sweet. As a couple who spends all day every day while you're watching the streets, I swear to it, sir! I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, Patrol, Pat, and Roll. Okay, I got it. We're still maintaining there was no one else other than the victim and the attacker. We never fit that. I mean, they look pretty poor, no offense to them, but like, they have patches and everything. Like, they have that look of like, yeah. That they unfortunately have to wear their clothes long enough that they wear out, like, big time. Oh, good, excuse me. Faking his sleepiness. Somewhat faking his sleepy tiredness in his voice is making me sleepy tired. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, she obviously was like fixing stuff up, but yeah, the point being that like. Oh, or you're continuing your joke? Sorry.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Yeah, that's right. There was some old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement, sir.
Indeed, it is clearly pictured in this photographic print. That
rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Oh, we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question. So... The mustache, the hunchback, the cowlick eyes, the top mouth, the sun knows everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Officer, that's probably more comfy though. Yes! He ran straight over a corpse.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Wake up, darling! Well, wait, that's right. I asked Mr. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I said, but you see, I told her where to find the right police. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean by exactly by the right police box? And on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Or the one that wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to the way to the police box where the beat is. Oh, there's where she could go in. Report.
Oh no, those yawns are becoming very real.
He's making me sleepy. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Bonk. Oh, wow. Wait, why is it there? Oh, I know. Wait, why is it there? I haven't used that in a very long time. Hold on. Oh, I think I know why. Do I have that separated? Oh, yeah, why do I have two of it? Okay. Apparently I had two of the thing that I was... Hold on. Oh, please, you're making me blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man on the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know! Right. Please don't strangle your husband. The light from the street lamps was more than enough! And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog?
We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm! Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was a little Japanese man that we saw. Can't we, darling? Oh yeah. It was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat. Otherwise, the tall about the stuff was unmistakable, so. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? That this is incredibly suspicious. Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Miss Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? the members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere within their within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial might reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yeah, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. It's not really that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? Oh, this is where we're gonna get her. I could tell you the names of every single one. I could, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss B.
No, it won't do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think that for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. No, it's not me and Hara.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beach? Might that appease you?
Oh. Thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? You sleep. I can even tell you the names of the 4.
Hold it!
Well, what are they, ma'am? Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, well, he was lying face down in the snow. Getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss Beat, seeing you regale the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the title of those books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it yearnings. Then there was, a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the Thingummies something.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am.
You see?
Yeah, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they were along those lines. I'm quite sure. I'm not very good at reading, after all.
Those were indeed the books found at the scenes with the titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
He has a gun! He has a gun! This
man who is constantly falling asleep has a fucking gun. Help. Ah! Okay. Anyone who assaults my Patricia will have to have me to answer to. Terrifying. Please, disarm this, sleepy man. Thank you. Yes. She really is. Alright. Oh, goodness. Well, I know where the discrepancy is. He only bought 3 books. Yeah, I want to get a snack though. I'm gonna get some pretzels. I will be right back. I have my pretzels. 1 second. Let me like readjust my blanket. So it's nice and over my lap. Oh yeah, I finished Mall Story. I unlocked all of the things and made a rank #1 mall, so I'm done. So now I've started playing the airport one.
Objection!
So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right. I remembered all of them. A pictured monster is somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingummy is something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beats. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books. Not 4. What? Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you! 4 dirty old books! Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there! I swear it! I saw them! No, madame. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. I love her. She's so unhinged. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was a defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no! She's still cute though.
Objection!
I have a feeling I know what his objection is gonna be though. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that the 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. Oh shoot, it's Emmy! How are you, Emmy? I believe you were playing Starfield. Anyway, we've got,
a vampire-looking dude who apparently actually has the VA of Estinian, but I didn't know that before I gave him a vampire voice because he had a little cloak like a vampire. Anyway, we're trying to prove that Natsume Souseki isn't a criminal. I hope your stream went well. If you need to get anything done or need to bounce, don't worry. For those that are new here, I am Mimi. I mostly play Final Fantasy XIV, but I also obviously play other games. Lately, we've been trying to get through all of Great Ace Attorney, and I also draw. We're gonna just kind of keep going because I want to actually finish this. And the trials can be like 4 or 5 hours long. Go nuts. So you've striven to avert attention from that by a dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
Then whose book were they? But what about this photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Yeah, I have a feeling this was gonna be where I went. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Yeah, he's done that like multiple times, I mean. He even threw a whole bottle into the gallery. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. Why does it look eaten? As you would observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look, look, look. Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Bates, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for a Gabriel, in fact. And the court has just heard the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly. Save every minor details. Mrs. Beats' powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Roni? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir! Flawless, sir! Patricia is flawless! But... there were only 3 books in the receipt. And Mrs. Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that.
Clearly the 4th book is not what is shown in this photographic print. The thing gummies. How do you get ummy in there? I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not at all at all, my... it's not odd at all, my lord. The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder, what became of that fourth book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Okay. But like, why is it?
Let me examine it.
The prosecution rests. Good, let me fucking examine it. Yeah, like, why is it like this? Like, it has to have been drawn that way on purpose, right? Oh, hello.
Wait.
Ooh. Gosh. You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain, entertaining us but futile. The spurious longer route to the accursed lodging that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true.
Okay, the more you say it, the more suspicious it sounds. Didn't she already marry you? So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you had to make all too apparent already? You've heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. The trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry.
I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way right now, I could very well make matters worse.
What do you do now? Raise an objection? Probably. Why would it give me the option?
Objection!
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it is over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zyke. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For lowly judicial instances have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh!
Dick?
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer.
so you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential, and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's greatest guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madame.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. Want further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine—
Yeah, I already did. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. One further piece of evidence.
Take that!
Okay. Well, they counted it. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity— What? What? I did! Elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, thank you. I was gonna be mad if it was like, I already examined it.
The evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Right on the back. There.
Got it!
Got it.
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you— Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp!
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what was clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damages some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
A charred book. It's an outside chance, certainly. It's worth a chance. It's worth a try.
Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. Wait, what?
Wait.
The whole lion thing, right, was like a thing. And what's his face? Garadeb's thing? Right? Right? Well, let me finish my pretzels. And he had those fucking giant bullets, right? So then... I'm gonna save though. Let me finish my pretzel. Yep, thank you. I will in a sec. I got some Capri Sun. What was that? Okay. Okay, let me finish my drink. Also, Rose, hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Okay. It's owner, I think. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. Oh, Toothy! Oh, I see. Drinking juice, I suppose. About the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gurping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. Oh, you had to change your old name? I see. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious! How can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Mr. Garadeb.
Take that!
Music stop, hell yeah! The answer is that book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords!
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness! Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You would besmirch her without a thread of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord. Oh! The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
What do you mean?
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And it is entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was, marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir! Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir, but she would strangle me with our shared, scarf, sir! Huh? This music is really fun. Has Emmy ever done a maid outfit on his model? Oh, she probably hurled it out the window. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very evening of the incident, and there's no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But it is not conceivable the window was open at the time and not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough.
Ooh.
Oh, her.
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster! You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward! A mean coward!
Really?
Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly! Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for a pre-existing. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you, that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud to simply divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's suddenly unforgivable. Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponi spouting his fancy foreign theories? What? Think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too.
She looks like an angry baby, which means she— No! I do declare you're right. It's true.
Yes! What did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. Was that it? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Sykes? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. Emmy's an angry baby. They've never... What? I'm not sure I follow. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Sir, put your foot the fuck down! If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them in your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? You must be really pissed, then.
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability of the court to hear.
Guilty!
No, 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 no.
Guilty!
No, 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 no.
Guilty!
No, 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 no.
Guilty! Guilty! Guilty!
Not again. Not again. We don't get our thing again, do we?
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
Let's try so. Oh, it's fucking over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting doing that again. I thought I only got one shot. Okay. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Ooh, this is a really nice shot of him. Ooh. Okay, we're at 2.5 hours, and we hit another TBC. Trial part 2, okie dokie. Do you see the way the scarf moves? It's really bizarre. Use the katana to cut out the prosecution because then he would be tried for actual murder, Emmy.
And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state cleanly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime, and it better be a fucking reason this time, I swear to the queen. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books it is.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
During me,
It was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening even if it was a direct hit. Ma'am! Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some beta tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Okay. That's important, isn't it? Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury at this time around, it seems. With two notable exceptions. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... Sir! You're gonna start a fire. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious?
Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide.
Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was, thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then. Okay, I'm gonna press everybody. Press time. Press. See, here I was thinking, oh, we'll always have to do a jury thingy. Okay, what did he say? Focus your mind now. Clearly the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say Miss Gardev? Here I was thinking we'd only have to do 1 jury examination per time, but okay. Alright, press everything. I'm gonna press everybody, and then...
Hold it!
What is it? I'm not gonna read every one of the presses. Wait. Man.
If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern metropolitan and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Okay, sure. Overwhelmingly. Oh, whoops, I meant to press him as well.
Hold it!
Yeah, but their place was like filled with smoke. What's the point of even having windows? You did it, Emmy? Okay. We gotta lock Emmy up.
Hold it!
The guy next to her dodges her hits. She goes to slap her husband, but he dodges every time. She's trying so hard to slap her husband from another room. No! It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul. That means his wife probably smacks him too.
Hold it!
What it exactly? Apparently, Souseki Natsume, our client, stabbed the woman in the back, but we're trying to prove that it wasn't him.
You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top. It did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that it's common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with the smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows? Not like Santa, yeah. Green Santa Claus.
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I got a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. Whew, I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was a devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Yeah, I have to put them against each other. I know who I'm pitting against each other here.
Objection!
Here we go. The two jurors clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, Counsel?
Oh, fuck. Wait, did that not count? Wait, the music stopped, so, like... It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gardeb household. And Mr. Gardeb had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke.
Oh my. Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that? Ma'am, you're gonna have to go to the bathroom, and I don't know if they let jury duty take a bathroom. Right, break. Ma'am. Ma'am? Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon, what are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. What if we did? All right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire, ma'am. Ma'am? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course. I should have realized. Look. There's time for tea and there's not time for tea. When you're on the jury and you're probably not going to be allowed any bathroom break anytime soon, is not the time for more tea, dog. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Hold it!
Very obvious damage of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, is the book that Mr. Gardeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. Well, it was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now that you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you will. No, I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What?
Excuse me.
Hey, what's happening here, huh? What is it, juror number 5?
Yeah, you know something? I've remembered what it was. The memory I'd blocked out.
Oh.
It was listening to what that granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gardeb or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home from work, like... I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and... I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear.
stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
Jesus fucking Christ, sir.
I can smell it, you know, that god-awful stench of the flames. I'm sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people as well. It's so uncivilized.
Low-key dig at the London relationships we're experiencing here?
At least attack with honor.
Using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
We know I've been saying themes. Is it not? Unless I said it weird that one time. Really? That makes no sense.
Objection!
There we go.
Juror number 2.
You think perhaps this could be one such novel alternative?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gardeb's room at the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gardeb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Gardeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, jury number 4? Juror number 4. What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of the book came to light,
Perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation.
Alright, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. Is the knife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Gardeb. Oh, what? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man.
Yeah, that's the point. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gardeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was not in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Ah, even my missus ain't got aim like that.
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end, not
not right now. Oh my.
Ah!
Mrs. Gardep, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh,
What do we do if a member of the jury faints?
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madame.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman.
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind.
Yes. You know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
What about the old man, though? What? We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Legit though, what do we do when the person faints?
Do we get a new juror?
Do they have plans for this?
Now then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
With another glass, apparently, that he's probably going to smash. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Goodbye, wine. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Sir!
But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. Oh, so you only drink the first sip of your wine glass?
If I may, Lord Van Zykes, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely know how to respond. Let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's the angle this time? It should already be more than apparent, but then that between the crime scene and the Gardadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Oh, it's a small knife. It can go zoop! Just like that. Zoop! Which means the distance from the Gardadeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted it as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! Rude? Iris is a fantastic fucking writer. But the prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Damn, Susato! Miss Susato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he! Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, The court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Seems alive! A cross-examination of a juror! Well, this is highly irregular. Unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand, even though it pretty much means that they shouldn't be a juror in the first place.
Objection!
Oh, there he goes! And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zykes.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have thrown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Bruh.
Yes, sir! Constable Rolly B. reported for duty, sir!
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing off until now, sir!
I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir!
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
What if they're lying exactly?
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon!
You can get your room later. Stop.
Oh. Yes, sir! He's still tired, though.
The case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb Hell are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene and go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Yeah, but you were passed the fuck out in the snow.
Top hinged?
It's not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, oh, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins of drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but, what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you? You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Oh, so they do that. Okay. He fell... Probably.
But as it's a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
Is it stay? A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents opening. This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir! To be fired, yeah. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. His wife should be fired too, yeah.
You see the problem then?
Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either of the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane has been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be!
You see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how you crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Is dying from our cringe. Yeah. Pressing time.
Hold it!
I want that in the court case. Can I, like, see that?
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. Uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that's why I can't stand here today beside my long-suffering wife to tell you Bobby's good for his work. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. So,
Rolly, you're so manly.
of course I am, my darling Patricia.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadab?
I see, sir.
You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? Absolutely, sir. Just one thing? Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand that the Great Britain is an institution. I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the Great British Institution of Scotland Yard. I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So that ends, sir! I'd be able to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. So, thank you. I'll try. Important. Court record, court record, court record, court record, court record. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Wait, why are these items... Oh, this is principles and pleading. Any crime falls under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. And when a crime discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. This is important, but I can't figure out how yet. I know that this isn't his section, right? His beat. Or whatever. We know that. But like they brought the other guy, right? There has to be a reason why they gave us this, right?
Hold it!
What if they knocked it open? Oh, then I guess the thingy would like just shut, right? Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side rather than the wide road. Or the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be? Zah! How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb's house is furnished with? Well, Zah, that's very simple. You see, I help with the— wait.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Hmm? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beats. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Yes, that's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing of the occupants in the Gardeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, that really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gardeb household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Gardeb's house? Yes, ma'am! The pavement that is on this side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked on just the other side of the Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Oh, I see where this is going. 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 But I don't know how we get there. I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Oh, don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Nanahulo. I'll take care of it immediately. And now it's my turn, I think. That's suspicious. I barely played the Apollo Justice trilogy, so I don't know. But also, welcome, Serena. I think I played... Did I play any of it? I don't actually know if I played any of it. I played briefly one of the 3DS titles, but I didn't finish it. And it was the Japanese version, so... I don't remember. Not because I can't the Japanese version, it's because I don't remember because I barely played any of it.
Hold it!
The sun had gone down already and it was dark. Yada yada yada. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. course. But with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. Oh wait, really? I did not know that. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground. We ran straight over to help her. Doing the required first step. Press everything. Is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly speed, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly! Oh my god. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby's never really off duty, so...
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Guardian household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hands of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Oh. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Bro.
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hands? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back, and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, I mean...
What's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm the woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beach, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. A Japanese man thinks a policeman's words counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you continue.
Could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes now.
Hold it!
Mrs. B, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives thrown to the sky. All very clear, ma'am. Stop strangling your husband, please. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes. Well, that's a little embarrassing, really. You're always ending up at the wrong places when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly.
Oh?
He gets ever so cross.
Oh?
Excuse me.
Oh? Constable Beat, is there a problem? Oh? No, sir, no problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir, yes, sir. I was just remember that the same thing happened that evening, is all. Hmm? You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? Oh? You see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next street over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. That she'd be back inside 10 minutes. Oh, my darling was good on a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. How did you, my darling?
Ah! Oh, yes. But it was just between us. No talking about anyone else, darling. You have to promise...
Really? Oh.
What? Why?
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure one thing.
We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Oh. Mr. Van Zykes.
Got my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes. And I came back to the scene together with the other constables, you see? That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right. Telling me I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street.
I knew where this was going.
Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick up the bouquet up again when we left the scene. Oh, those beautiful rose boot Rolly bought for me. With that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this starry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with the odd bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Zykes, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garded household. In front of the Garded's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure this road should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. Uh-oh. It's a symbol of our love. And my husband's ability to make it so it's not his job to handle the case.
Oh, it's actually modeled. That's cute. He knows 3 flowers. Plum blossom, peach blossoms, and cherry blossom. Awesome.
I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
Wait, did she change this line? No, that's the same as before. Alright, I know what I want to prove, but I'm not entirely sure of how I'm supposed to prove it. You know?
Objection!
Oh, music stopped, hell yeah! You claim, Constable Mead, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped on the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
I was pretending for his sound effect. Yes, on the opposite side of the bridle road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Gardeb's book. Mr. Gardeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here, at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gardeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that Strawny lawyer says. Withering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Gardeb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Gardeb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture.
Who are you saying? Yeah, it's the constable.
Take that!
Poor dude. He just didn't want to deal with it.
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been.
Constable Royally Beat. It was you.
What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband.
There's something funny about that.
No Poppy works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone could have had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right, he's right! But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Well, we have a reason. Very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. Because police officers never lie. We all know this, right? Right, court? Right? The silence is deafening. I'll take that as a yes. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. This case, okay, I will say so far, this case has felt easier than the last one. Which was the one that gave me trouble? I feel like it was it the second one? It was the second one, wasn't it? The second one had a bunch of funky points, right? It was mostly where, like, it told me, like, you have to examine this before you can point to it, right? This one I followed the logic pretty smoothly, so far. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement on Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, this isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Do you think he wears that really long scarf when he goes to work and it's still connected to his wife? I'm just imagining him basically wrapping the entire path
with his scar.
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
You want what they have? Tampering with evidence so that you can go on a fancy dinner date? If that is your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Like, here.
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garda's book fell directly down from the open window above. And your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Are we getting more spins every time he does that? I feel like that was more spins than last time. So eventually, he's gonna be doing like a full pirouette, like a full like 7 pirouettes in a row.
Oh, good gracious!
Objection!
Full burr, yeah? Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. Yeah, that's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There were the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of the Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement of the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing. What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Royally Beat. Oh. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream. Terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? I did it in my sleep, your officer. Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say.
What?
I really am. I'm so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
Is he gonna freak out? I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly not? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
Jesus Christ, bro.
And yet Lord Van Zyxted is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. And hopefully, make it so you stop being fucking racist. Me too. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now, Lynn, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? This is a bouquet. It's the bouquet itself.
Oh, wait. Ooh, wait. We've already used the bouquet once, right? It could be this or the bouquet. But he's saying human emotions, so... Well, we got...
Take that!
Okay, music stopped. I got it. I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most damning work of the world, in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
What, did you forget? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, probably both of them would have been valid reasonings. Oh, yes! It was our very first wedding anniversary! Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward for it to take her out for a celebratory meal. When he, as Miss Beat, stumbled upon the crime along the Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog and collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? What's up? Just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. B put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. Aww. I feel a little bad. But like, you know. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says... When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Oh. Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
This is the first time since I became a copper. Oh, Night Faye, thanks for stopping by. That I never cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on its beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? Why tonight of all nights? Why? Poor Rolly. It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you'll have to go to the police box that covers it, turn right along Meerschaum Street, and then... Sato feels bad too. Aww. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Constable. I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
That one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. Oh, I feel bad. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see?
I beg your pardon.
Of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman out in the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
4 it was, yes, definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the windows upstairs in the Gardep household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly about, I mean.
Oh, well, sir,
That's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book? The Lion's Pride? That what the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Okay. Do you think maybe it fell in front of her and she went to pick it up and then the knife fell on her in the back? I thought it was an open and shut case at the time. You see, there were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm. Yeah, another accidental death. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Sykes.
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Rusa! Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir. You mean to say... Leave, now. His trial is not over yet. Sir!
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally,
That the accused, Mr. Sozeki Natsume, is the only person who possibly committed this crime.
Objection!
no, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zykes, is this true?
Very well.
Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted.
The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
Take that!
Arr! The defense once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again.
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case. It's imperative that we cross-examine jury number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadab. Oh, me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadab, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad?
Wow, that's mean.
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadab. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadab. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid eyes on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there and all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh? Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way.
You are not immune to the judicial process.
If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garadab.
Oh, shit. Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. Wait, did he say that? Or like, and I just don't remember? Because I don't remember him saying that she didn't have to. She's a juror. Did he? Did I already forget? Maybe I did. So, he didn't say that. Okay, yeah, okay. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife. That's what you think. Come along now. Chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine these women. Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. What? I'm going to have to testify?
Where does our other juror go? Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not have even been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Gardub. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. So wait, like, now we have an even number of judges, right? No, wait, no, we have 6. Ooh, this is a really cool shot. Like, I don't know. It's one of the, like, advantages of the 3D, because they can just do whatever for the angles. Ooh! I'm here. Yeah, Nunosuke be like, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Gardeb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household in the evening in question.
And I warn you,
do not attempt to hide the truth.
Did you read me?
Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now.
I didn't know you were here, John. Aww.
Wasn't only you in that room today, old thing, was it?
Oh, look at her.
I think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
Oh, what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face a disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John. Aww.
I presume you're Mr. John Gardeb? Yes, sir. Former lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and not living the quiet life as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse in the other day of question?
Well, yes, that's much quieter than the battlefield, sir. I think you would understand, sir. It's quiet comparatively. I believe this may represent the first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear testimony now, juror number 4, on that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in at your home at the time of the incident in question. Charge once.
Okay. I actually want to make tea, though. The Battle of Garadef! Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna put on cup of tea, and I'll be right back. And then we will get back to the Battle of Garadeb and see what had fully happened. Wow. I'm also gonna take Tylenol because my head hurts a little bit. Okay. Actually, let me take this opportunity to also go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. What the heck? Why did you throw at me while I was gone? The heck? No, I'm fine, I'm fine. Just, small headache. It happens sometimes. Not because I'm hungry, because we had shabu shabu. Well, we had home shabu shabu. It's not because water, because I've been drinking water. Both with the shabu shabu and now. So, it's probably just some, you know, like, weird headache. I had a really bad... Yeah, oh yeah, Hara's mom they went out earlier in the day and they got, the meats for it. And, I mostly just had the thin sliced beef. I don't do, they had some of the marinated stuff, but meat and sauces on meat, I think I tried once I went to Korean barbecue and it made my stomach, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that doesn't really work for me. It was just like the grill kind, so actually I guess it was more like yakiniku. It was more like yakiniku, but it was like, not broth, shabu shabu. Yeah? Is without the broth, is it technically then yakiniku? Or is it still shabu shabu? I don't know. But yeah, marinated, I think those types of sauce where like meat tastes more like sweet and stuff makes my tummy not good. So I think I tried once when we went to yakiniku, one of the marinade, like I took like a tiny bite of it and I was like, no. No, my tummy, no. my taste buds immediately like realized like, no, this is bad. Let me be right back though, my tea. Okay, so technically, okay, then we had yakiniku, sorry. Well, we did have shabu shabu like once in the past. Okay, I'm coming back with my tea. Hold on. Yeah, his mom has the stuff for both. I mean, we have a thingy. But yeah, like it's expensive, so we wouldn't do it alone, just the two of us. But yeah. We had shabu shabu one time after I came back. Not long. The real issue is just getting all the stuff the day of. Like, we have one of those. Well, we also have one. It's like the little like grill thingies. Yeah. Yeah. Though unfortunately they picked up some pretty thick cuts of pork, which apparently was a bad decision because that took forever to cook. Yeah. Yeah, the meat was pricey. Yeah. Yeah. That's the one thing. Like the meat they were saying was really pricey. So yeah. But yeah, we just kind of cooked it that way. Well, they cooked it. I didn't. I didn't. They just gave me the stuff. But yeah, we also had once, I think not long after I got back, we had shabu shabu during the winter still. And I just would have them take the meats out of the broth because I don't really do the broth. I'm not a soup person. We even had I did have some of the miso though. I had some of the miso that ours mom made, and then they had spicy soup. I no spicy for me. No marinated and no spicy. Whatever is with marinated meat. I can like, yeah, no, I don't respond well to that. My stomach don't like that. Also, I've made a mistake with my tea. I definitely was drinking way too much for how easy, or rather how not easy it was. So I only have like, I have like 3 unopened packages still. So we still have a decent amount, but I went a little overboard after coming back with 5 packages. It's fine. It's just, not my smartest decision. I can still order more. Like, that's not a problem. Yeah. Yeah, not my smartest amount. Alright, so let's find out about the Battle of Garadeb.
Yes, on the night they referred to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason, though. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. We soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
The knives around our place, can't say I'd noticed if 1 or 2 were missing, I'm afraid. If that badly thing in the victim's bag really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures, sir. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself was only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker away from death at any moment. Guard to be like, goodbye. My wife is killing me.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origin of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus matters such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Slyx may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, guard, they'd be like, yeah, goodbye. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Time for you to press every single fucking thing, because that's what you do.
Hold it!
Monty, cool a little bit faster. Oh yeah, I finished reading another volume of Honsuki no Gekkokujo. Oh, and I finally finished all of Precure. I'm 100% caught up on Precure except for today. Yay. I don't think today's episode is up yet though. Nope, never mind, it is. I just looked. But yeah, I'm free. I can watch other shows, like... Not anything. Oh yeah, did you guys see that Judo Camp is getting another season? Rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garda found the note discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such thing, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story. These waters run very deep. But yeah, maybe I'll watch Bochi or Honzuki no Gekkokujo's anime edition or Pop Team Epic Season 2. Maybe I'll actually get to watching other anime.
Hold it!
Oh shit, that sucks. He doesn't have running water. A little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes. He receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw me, she must throw. That's most certainly not true of the Susato takedown, Mr. Naruto. Hi, Himiko, how are you? She must throw. Yeah. On those cheeks, yeah. Yeah, big jiggle physics. Very jiggly. That I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge,
By
a napkin.
Jupiter!
By Jupiter?
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, sir? Oh. Mr. Gardab.
Don't shoot! I'm sorry, I beg your pardon.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall.
Ouch.
Hold on, let me review that. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every belly. You're a great woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, honestly.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, hmm? Your pipe, sir. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Like to clean out with one of her soft,
projectile, she did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important.
Objection!
Why? This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to I don't know how to read that word. Yourself with a young lady.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Okay. Court record, court record, court record, court record, court record.
Oh!
Fuck. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Ingratiate? I mean, that's like sucking up to someone, right? Or like trying to hit on her, right? Fragment of metal. To bring good favor. Oh, I mean, yeah, essentially sucking up to her. Okay. Any other spot that's not annoying? Okay. I think we're good. Oh, because, Mrs. Garda was like, when a woman wants to throw, she must throw. Wait. Am I fucking blind? Holy fuck, I am blind. Mrs. Gardup is the pudding lady. The pudding face lady. The maid, yeah. Don't worry, we'll see her again in a second. Don't worry. Just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, I already examined it. I already did what I needed to do. This lady. This lady, Faye. Pudding. Pudding face.
Sorry. Would you care to elaborate? Why do you have so many fucking knives in your house? Oh, he likes to wood carve. That's cute. Oh, that's cute. Wait. Yeah, but like, wait, what is Garadep? Wait, what's the pun here? Sir, you use 2 knives instead of a knife and fork? You use them like chopsticks or what? Here we go again with the scaldings. Is it? Oh, okay. Oh, it's a Holmes thing? I see. Oh, the 3 Garadeps. Oh, okay. Where's the 3rd? Don't answer that.
Hold it!
Alright, my first order of business is always press everything.
Objection!
If only there was some way to know who handled the knife. But I suppose wizardly like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? You mean it's not a dream? A sort of wizardry is real? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where those so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice.
Yes. I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation.
But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. Whatever. Close enough. This knife was found blah blah blah. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. I like the way, like, I even really liked how the black and white photo was important. Though, I'm actually pretty sure the level of contrast between the red and the brown was actually noticeable if you actually did it after you saw it. It didn't blend in as seamlessly if you did it, if you like if you made it black and white. Like, when I was going through the footage, I was like, no, that's too much of a bright red to have actually blended in with the brown there. But I like the concept of it. That the photo being in black and white was important to the case making sense. To the puzzle making sense. I thought that was really cool. Alright, I'll be reading the next part where I actually present something. I think this is where I present. Let me see. My main problem I do have to say, I also really like, there have been a couple of cases, a couple of instances where you have to present evidence, and sometimes I'm at a debate, like, which should I be presenting, because to me, logically, both of them should, can follow the logic. Like, with the recent one with the bouquet and, this thingy, the warrant card, to me, I was like, well, both of these lead to the result, right? And from the way that he responded, at least it looked like both answers would be correct, that it would accept both. I can't know, because I didn't do both, obviously. But I mean, maybe it's just this case, I can follow the logic better, but...
Objection!
Mr. Garadeb, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a barely thing.
Well, yeah, there's always logic. I mean, it has to follow some level of logic. Yes, it's bizarre and outlandish at times, but you're supposed to be able to follow the clues. I had already figured out, I figured out the next, couple of steps, and my issue was always, well, how does it want me to present it? Yeah. You can't?
You used to call me Dead-Eyed Dib back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. You when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very doesy. Okay.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal.
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you said? By Jove, I wonder how that got in there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Oh. I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh, they gave her a little... Oh my god, wait, he has a hole in the back. Is he not wearing pants, sir? There was so much to, parse there at the back shot of them. I don't even... The hole in his robe. And he's not wearing pants. And they gave her a little box so she could stand on the... at the thing. Oh my god. Love that.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then.
Londoners lived back then, yeah. I mean, we know that he has to sit because he hurt his leg, right? So that would also be why his wife wouldn't, fix it up.
Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, then, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly revealed the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
Yeah, I lost my shit when, the window taxes bit came up. Remembering that you've been going on about window taxes, multiple times. This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece at the tip of that blade is missing. A common issue with the interior blade sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. Also, yes, everyone, yes, Himiko, I have committed to the vampire Van Zykes. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of the metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gardep's pipe.
Oh, that was a new animation for Van Zykes. Good grief, Lord Van Zykes. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh! Order! There's some Eastern sorcery! Oh shit, he's mad. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle!
So Van Zykes has figured it out, has he?
Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gardep's pipe?
Yeah.
He also seemed, like, I liked how he, like, pushed for the case to continue. I mean, that's the thing with, like, what, Edgeworth? I remember I was watching, Raine play Ace Attorney 1, right? She was doing, or maybe one of the other Ace Attorneys, she was doing the case with, Mr. Powers, right? And there was the one bit where Edgeworth was like, wait, hold up. And then, like, helps you continue the case. It's like the same kind of thing here, right? Like, he was, like, Van Zykes obviously wants the truth of the matter. I'm hoping I can catch more of Raine playing as well. The original Ace Attorney trilogy. I think she's at the last case now, if she hasn't played since I last watched her. So. Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I thought it was Zykes. Van Zykes, but I don't know. It's different than the Japanese name, probably, so I have no fucking clue. And I don't want to check the Japanese name because I don't want to get spoiled. Van Zooksies. But there's an I in there, too. Is it Van Zeeks, then? I don't know. I'm going with Zykes and I'm committed. I'm committed to my wrongdoing if that's the case. I'm committed to my wrongdoing, okay? Oh my god, look at her cheeks jiggle. Oh dear me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gardep flung the knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Gardep, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gardep's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window.
Ah!
In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Gardep's house.
Ooh!
Hold up, yeah, like, hold up, you might be onto something. Yeah.
Hold up, wait a minute.
Because I'm suspicious of the whole, because they've had too many instances of being like, oh, this is all like super sophisticated and our British court system is super amazing and awesome and never wrong, and you know, it was bad lawyers and defense attorneys that took advantage of and abused the system and yada yada yada. I am so suspicious of Strongheart. What is that his name? the lawyer guy. I'm suspicious and feel like we're gonna have to crack open the entire court system. But do not tell me. It's the very same night that yeah, blah blah blah. I just accidentally hit it. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, that's his name. Okay, yeah. No, yeah, I was just clarifying. Like, don't tell me. I'll find out soon enough. A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. No, don't destroy it. Allow me to toast my learned friend's charismatically Nipponese approach to battling his argument. Please don't break it. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... There! Your foot! It is spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What?
Lord Von Zykes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified?
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her...
That's right, you silly little man!
Now, don't overthink. What are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above...
Sir, that's fire hazard.
There's no possible way it could be planted itself into the victim's back. I think I've already figured out how it happened. But I don't know how we're gonna prove that. Yeah! Susato just staring at Ryunosuke, just like... Are you done yet? Are you done? Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. It's the knife. If the knife had fallen to her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Why are you slapping your husband? Well, he's lost for words. Look, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know, though. What really did happen?
Bonk.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
But then, like, you can see that the pieces fit perfectly. That can't be explained in any other way. Clearly, the thing is we have to figure out how it got there, not that it did get there. Hello? If a theory has even one consistency, it cannot stand. What? No? We just have to find the reason for the inconsistency, you dipshit. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. No, we just have to figure out why it's inconsistent and fix it. It doesn't make it all. You don't throw the bathwater out with the baby. Or, sorry, the baby with the bathwater. No, I was using the phrase, Faye. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's a phrase. And the whole thing is the idea that, oh, well, there's one mistake, so we have to throw the whole theory out. Oh, that was a hilarious fumble. Oh my god. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. I'm sorry. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, But we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Susato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is in there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Oh, I don't know how to read that word out loud. Acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. I love Susato so much, yeah. Susato, I would die for her. Also Iris and Gina. All the girls. All like the... the underage girls are very cute and I would protect them, okay? I would protect them. Oh shit, I'm not actually reading shit.
Because I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth.
It's a test! Wait, what did he say before that? I wasn't looking.
That inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track.
Pass it? Okay. Look, I know a lot of words. I will say that the vocabulary of this game has been throwing me off more than usual. But I also don't know how to read a lot of words out loud. Okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. As I can generally know the words, but that doesn't mean I know how to read them out loud. Okay? Okay. No, like, some of these words, yeah. Some of these words feel like SAT words. And it's fine, like, it fits the theme of the game and it fits the setting of the game. It just means that, I'm here like, it's a good thing that's not a keyword because I don't fucking know.
Yes!
If the knife fell into the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the rack. Yeah, but you don't even talk like this, Doc, do you? You don't use half these words. Even modern British people don't use these words. This is literally designed to feel old. This is designed to feel like old and in like court and like with people with high levels of education that like remember these words more regularly. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That explain how the knife fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. Oh, excuse me. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. Okay, so here's the thing. I have my guess on how it happened. But I don't know how it wants me to present that if that is the case. So my guess is that the victim was holding the book. So the book fell first and she went to pick it up. Right? And so she was bent over when the knife fell. But the question is, how does this game want me to prove that fact? It could be the book itself. It could be this crime scene photograph. I'm not sure which one it wants me to do. And I'm not even 100% sure this is the right case, the right answer. I'm gonna go with the picture first.
Take that!
Music stopped. I fucking win. Hell yeah. This. The fourth book found at the scene.
This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
Thank you, music. The music is the biggest key.
Oh, it looks like this would have been the case if both of them are perfectly fine, huh? The time where I'm like, I don't know which one I should be presenting. Both are correct. Yay! The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Gardeb's book?
That's something I'm really grateful for, because I feel like, at least in some of the earlier games, that wasn't the case. Where they'd want you specifically to only present one evidence, and you have to present that evidence, and you have to do it in this order. Otherwise, you get negatives, right? You lose points. Which I think was another issue, which was like, it's one of those like game logic things where it's like, you have to commit specific, you have to know exactly what the devs want you to put in. Which was the issue with episode 2 for me, right? Where I was like, you have to actually look inside the fucking wastebasket to know for sure that there's something in it. When it's like, well, where else is she gonna hide it in this corner of the room? You know? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. Like, this feels like a really good way, like, this is just really good. Like, I just like that a lot. I liked this case a lot, actually. I've liked the logic in this case a lot, and being able to follow it, and it doesn't feel like it was confusing very much. There were a couple points where I was unsure how it wanted me to present something, but then it looks like it turns out that it didn't matter which of the two that I decided on. Both of them would have been accepted. So I like that a lot. I like that a lot. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But that's we all know now. It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Episode 3... I'm very conflicted because I liked it as a story piece because I think it's also... I think I'm going to appreciate it more after the final case. It had a lot of twists, and I think it's going to fit in better with the grand story of things. With the whole, like, oh, the police aren't necessarily good. Better than... It feels like it feels more like a piece of the whole rather than by itself. If that makes sense. The ending also, I don't want to say it soured it, but it made it feel more uncomfy. You know, like it made it feel uncomfy. In a way that it's supposed to. It's exactly what it's supposed to do. But I think it'll be an episode that I like more after, like, as a part of the whole. Whereas in this case, I feel like it's done a really good job on its own. Versus, like, the first 3. Well, the first one was also really good on its own. That one was also pretty fun, but it was also the tutorial. It was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
But I also really like that I've been able to figure out everything so far. I think 3, there were a couple points I struggled with a little bit, and 2, a couple points that, like, I couldn't figure out what it wanted. I might, maybe when I go through the video again, like for 3, if I go watch it again, maybe I'll remember. But 2 definitely gave me a couple of tough points, mostly because I felt like it was a couple of game weirdness. I don't remember anything specifically from 3, but I feel like... Were there a couple? Maybe there were. 1 was really good, but it was also the tutorial, so I don't know. 2 felt... I mean, it wasn't even a trial, so... But I really enjoyed this one. And hopefully, episode 5 is even more fun. As it's supposed to be the finale that kind of brings everything together, so... That's true. However... As a part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But, what made you... Yeah, we already read this. This is a very different case as an accident case versus the episode 2 incident. I like this accident. I've enjoyed this one a lot more than 2. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
Yeah, 2's a little weird, but I see why it had to be there. I see why 2 had to be there. Like, don't get me wrong, 2 is... Again, 2 and 3 feel like parts of the whole, rather than ones that I enjoy on their own. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? But let's get to finishing, and then I can ramble about the cases later.
My jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what might have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Gardev household to the pavement below.
Oh no, you're fine, you're fine.
I just want to make sure that we finish, because we've been going for about 5 hours, and it is almost midnight. I know I started late, but it's more, I want to make sure I finish this tonight. I mean, it definitely looks like we're going to, so. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw?
Yes, Mrs. Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down. Oh, the art's really cute. And picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the roof above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was a defendant, Mr. Soloseki Natsume. MP? He was looking for his Kenki.
Well, I never!
It appeared to me, to Mr. Natsume.
Kenki, the skill. Kenki. Kenki. The meter Samurai has.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the meter. Made that. The woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Oh!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Yeah, he's so pissed. But like, he has to admit it. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb,
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicion. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Or Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it?
well, they're probably about close to the same age. She just didn't gray like him yet. And she's very chubby.
So, like, not so much on the wrinkles side, you know? I take full responsibility. I mean, yeah. He's saying old, like, as a, like, as, like, oh, fellow old person, right? Like, he's not using it because he's not, you can call someone old, but, like, be old yourself. Yeah. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. Oh, yeah. Faye! John, dear.
It's alright. I know.
Aww. I'm ever so sorry. Aww. Really. I'm sorry! Aww. Aww! Sir, your leg though. Your leg though. Your leg though. Just sit. It's fine. That's cute.
Lord Van Zykes, what news of Mrs. Gardner?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yeah, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
You can calm down now, sir.
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
Oh, it's me should be begging your pardon. Oh, no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. I thought Tilly friend too. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship and trust between our two empires, and for that I'm truly sorry. Why is Mr. Gardeb on the jury now? I think that's how jury works.
One could indeed say that sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zykes and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised.
Please, no ghosts or spirits or weird magic shit. I mean, yeah, but like, He would be biased too because he's her husband. And two of these people are like biased already. She was biased in the first place. And Mr. Fairplay was definitely biased against us too. I mean, sure, whatever.
I heartily commend you both.
Oh,
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect a woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean when she's asked of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Bonk!
I still love that that's all stereo. It goes all the way from your left to your right ear. The little guy was super important, Faye. Him and his, like, weird old man, like, tangent stories. We needed those, actually.
Very well, Mr. Shoseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
Whoa! Oh, those are stereo too. Very slightly.
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, Lord, sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. I think it would probably give you a heart attack to the point that you would actually die, so, yeah. Don't do that.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. All my life. I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported 2 tears. Yeah, don't do that.
Thank you, counselors. Court is adjourned.
So is Soloseki gonna be okay, or like what? Oh, Locum! That's not my name? Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another Locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh! At last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Wait. Hold on. No, he hasn't been going in, like, alphabetical order or something. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Oh, God. You did it! You saved me from the prey. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. They're not foreigners if they live here! You are the foreigner! That's so Japanese, though. Oh, I went to America and there were so many Gaikokujin! No. No. No, you didn't. No, there weren't. You were the Kaikokujin!
And from high up windows, I see them looking down at me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head. Mr. Natsume.
But today, you, locum lawyer, gave to me my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. Are you gonna keep using bees, or what? And when I beheld the blinding fireworks amongst the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" That's probably pronounced wrong. Ever born!
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased with, for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote?
Is that what's gonna become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellows.
Him! I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh!
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. And I wish you the very best of luck. Sholmes!
It's just finished, Sholmes.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Ah! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir?
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm so cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper!
Ah, Lord Van Zykes.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed!
You'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Why me? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Please.
So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan?
Yes. I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Souseki-san. Could be an interesting read.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry? What about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Well, why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally have found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well, then, you could take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Oh, yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. It's a fucking cat.
We'll, think about it if that's alright.
It's the cat. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Susato would literally kill for this. Susato is saying yes already.
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the Great Detective's office's attic! I love Iris so much. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out of then. And it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But locum, we will meet again someday. One day.
Iris invented the crypto- what? Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer.
Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived.
Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for the dinner this evening.
And so, with Souseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 221B Baker Street. I had to think for a second, like, how should I read that? I don't know why. My brain was, like, buffering. No, we don't say that. Iris is 10. Susato is 16. We don't say that. No. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? Oh. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Whoa!
Whoa, him without his coat! Actually looks kind of nice, though. Just saying.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alrighty then. Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Too bad there's only one more case in this game. Right?
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Yeah, I know, right? It couldn't possibly be packaged in this double edition game, right? Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you are well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. Oh, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London.
Of course, at the time, I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes spoke so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. I lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it.
Aw, man, we're not gonna get an anime cutscene? Ah. That was a really good case. I really liked that one. I really liked episode 4. That was a really fun episode. That was actually a really, really fun case. So we will begin the unspeakable story tomorrow. I should be on at the usual time, so 6 o'clock. We'll at least try to finish the investigation portion, if not more. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, that was actually like I said, like that one. So I was saying, like, to me, what is it? So hold on. Yeah, to me, The Great Departure was fun, but obviously, like, it was simple. It was the tutorial, right? It had some really interesting points, like the black and white photo being important that it was in black and white. Even if, to me, the black and whiteness is a little dubious, I think you still would have noticed the red. The contrast wasn't quite right in the color version. Episode 2 was kind of mid. I liked it in that, like, it was interesting because, well, nobody was at fault. Did that ever happen? Were there ever any accidental murders in the original Ace Attorney stuff? Because I don't remember. Might have been. I just don't remember. I liked it in... But I also, like... It was also mostly, like, set up for the next parts of the game. So it doesn't fully stand on its own as much, but I did like generally the whole idea. The runaway room, I think I had a lot more trouble with. I know I had trouble a couple spots in Speckled Band, but runaway room felt uncomfy the way it's supposed to at the end of it. So I have mixed feelings about it because, like, it had a very big roller coaster, but like the ending, as a shocker as it was, but also like the way the trial goes is just like, something's not right here. And it feels like it's supposed to fit into the full picture more. Faru Kokoro, perfection, absolutely great. Like, really good case. All around really fun. But I think this is generally true for a lot of like Ace Attorneys. Like there's usually 5, right? The tutorial case is like solid. The middle, like 2 and 3 are like so-so to like, you know. Yeah, but I think my thing is just the ending, like making you feel unsettled while good, because I know it's supposed to do that. I can tell it's supposed to make you feel unsettled. It does make my feelings on it mixed. It doesn't feel as satisfying, so it's just like, it was good, it did exactly what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't make me like the case, if that makes any sense. Kokoro was just all around really fun. Ira showed up, of course, that's fantastic. Susato's continuing being an amazing girl boss. It was another case of accidental murder, so you don't actually feel like mad at anybody. And you had like the really fun stuff with Van Sykes and all of his stuff. So I really enjoyed it. We'll see how I feel about 5. I feel like usually that's the general like thing with the Ace Attorney cases. Like the first one's good, the middle 2 are like hit or miss. Like they're not bad, but they're not great or stand out. But then like as you get towards obviously like the last 2 are like ones people really like. So I think that's pretty standard. But it also feels like, as a whole, like, you wouldn't want to remove these cases, either. Like, you can't remove 2. 2 has to happen. And you can't just have it off screen. That's totally dumb. And you can't remove 3, from what I can tell, based on the theming of this whole thing. You have to have this case that makes you feel unsure of things, and sets up the whole, and further drives home, like, that idea of, like, the justice system is kind of screwed. Which I think is gonna be what's kind of pounded on here in the last one. But, like I said, I have no idea. But I'm not gonna look at the case names for it too. But I kind of want to give them the special outfits that I get. Ah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. I really like their outfits here. I kind of want to. Because I think this is counted, right? I mean, I guess I get to see it in the other one. Oh, okay, these are tied to the cases. Culture, no! Are these tied to... When are these supposed to be? Yeah, the Sherlock one's questionable. But I feel like if I'm gonna swap them to this, I don't know, maybe I should have them all in. Cause, oh man, Mikoto looks so good in it, doesn't she? She looks so good in it. And he looks so... Yunosuke looks really nice too. I know it's not till the second game. Or no, sorry, Susato. Sorry, I don't know where... Well, Mikoto ba. Close enough. My brain. Sorry. My brain. Close enough. I don't know. But no, like she looks so good in it. She looks so good in it. Oh, and look at her cute little heart pouch that her arm is clipping through. Her arm's clipping through it. And yeah, Dunosuke looks really good in it. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my... I don't know. I think they also look really good in these too, but I don't know. Please never put Herlock in that again. Special Trial 2017?
これより逆転裁判15年を振り返る特別法廷を開廷します。弁護側、検察側とも準備はよろしいですかな。
準備以前にどこですかここは。
大審院、大日本帝国の法廷です。いわゆる明治時代の。
いわゆる明治時代？
あ、それってもしかしてご先祖様とかいるのか。
もっと驚かぬ迷いじゃん。
どうやら時空がねじれたようです。あまり気にしないことです。それでは
This is so weird looking at the sprite work, but with the current background. Wait, he's in 32?
なんというか、僕弁護士。
Oh, his Japanese voice is cute too. Oh.
そちらに立っていただきます。
何やら
Her Japanese voice is fucking cute.
ほのかな香りがいたしますね。
失礼ですけど、ケンジさん、あなたはどなたですか？妙に親近感があるような。
確かに僕も同じことを。
Oh, he's a boku. Cute.
なんというか、とても他人とは思えないというか。
それではせっかくなのでお互い自己紹介を願いましょう。
Oh, this is so gonna be fucking weird in the English.
弁護士のなるほど、ゆうのすけであります。
なるほど。
It doesn't work.
お兄様では何しろギザギザが多いですから。
Yeah.
生き別れの兄にはあいにく覚えがありません。
聞いたことがあるぞ。
It's so weird.
龍之介という名前の弁護士がいるって。
じゃあ
All of their voices are kind of nice though.
僕のご先祖様？
今さりげなくおじいさん呼ばわりでございました。
なんだか妙に老け込んだ気分です。
やっぱりそういうことだったんだ。お隣のあなたは私のご先祖様なんですね。しとやかで凛としててまさに理想のご先祖様。子孫の綾里迷いです。私は法務助手の御言葉すさとでございますが。
Oh, really?
完全に赤の他人だったね。
なんだろう、この強烈ながっかり感。なんだか申し訳ございません。せっかくですからこの際なってください。
Honorary ancestor.
さと確かに語呂は良いかと存じますが。
人類史上かつてない不条理なお願いをされましたね、スサトさん。
語呂はいいのにな。あやさとすさと。
It's so weird, the mix of these
裁
two.
判15周年の1年間を振り返るものとします。
15周年ですか？
ええ、2001年初代逆転。
Alright, well, we'll stop watching. I was just curious. That one looks like I could actually watch it, but probably not some of these.
That's so weird with like the difference between the two. Wait, what?
Objection!
Ah.
Hold it! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Your testimony.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time.
Cute.
It really is a dream come true. We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. Prepare for a Susato takedown!
Cute.
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction.
Objection!
Oh, her cute little pout.
Objection! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson.
Cute.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
God.
Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
Wait, go back to Van Zyke's, the last one?
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Is he a... What? No!
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
No!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
Look! I used this! It's my latest invention! The tea's brewed, and I have some freshly baked biscuits as well.
I love her.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
I love her. I love her! I actually have to say,
Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense.
I actually should say that the accent on them is extremely accurate. I am actually really like hearing it there, like this is where it's like very clear. It's actually really good in my opinion. And it fully fits the setting. Cuz I mean, like I said, like I did a lot of English teaching in Japan, right? And I think that, you know, especially without as many as options for them to speak English, I think an accent like this is totally like logical. And it's not like bad. It's just it is what it is.
It really is a dream come true.
Like they're completely understandable. But they still have an accent and it's not bad.
We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves, if we have to.
And it's good. I don't know. We're gonna get to it soon, so I don't know. Oh, they have some new stuff. Oh wait, they changed it in the Japanese version from that. Interesting. Yeah, oh, it's still annoying though. Like, to me, it feels very... I mean, it's just, it feels like a funky inconsistency that I don't like. Oh, look at her. Like, it's not necessarily inconsistent if that's what it's supposed to do, but it doesn't portray it very well, is what I'll say. It doesn't make it clear that that's what's going on, and it drives me insane. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's why I'm like, to me, it's better if it's just like. It's better to just pick one. Just fucking pick one. That's all I got. Like, I don't think there's a way you can do it. Like, with the Japanese, with each character, pick one. You know? Like, either Susato-san is always Susato-san, or she's always Miss Susato. And Natsume is always Natsume-san, or rather, Soroseki-san, or Mr., right? Like, pick one for each character. I don't even care if they're different per character. Like, if we always say Mr. Sholmes and never Sholmes-san, right? That is fine. But, like, Susato and, like, the Japanese characters, I feel like there should be a choice. Because it doesn't do whatever they were trying to get it to do. Alright, but it is almost 1 a.m. So I am gonna rest. I will be back tomorrow at approximately, oh goodness, 6 p.m. And we will be starting, oh, excuse me. We will be starting episode 5. Let me find someone for us to say hello to, though. Let's see. Let's go hang out with Juan. I'm gonna go. Okay. We're gonna go say hi to Quan. They're playing Final Fantasy XIV. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Probably on time this time. Like I said, we were just having yakiniku, so. Alright. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oyasumi, bye bye. Bye bye.